much. Can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Karting isn't. Drifting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to what's expected to be a busy day of racing action and what's been a bit of a stormy one for CKNA and its Summer Nationals. I'm Justin Prince, alongside Brett Bolduc, as we get set to discuss things here at MCC Cincinnati. Brett, we've had some delays here in the morning so far, but the field knows one thing's for certain. You have to be fast in qualifying as we get ready to see how they're going to fare here at MCC Cincinnati.
Yeah, you want to start your qualifying session with speed and hopefully within the first couple of positions in the charts, because you don't want to start in a hole for this entire weekend, because of course qualifying leads into the heats. Those heats will give you points for our main events for tomorrow, so want to start off strong here this morning, but of course Mother Nature throwing in a little bit of a wrench probably to some of these drivers' plans.
Yes, indeed, and let's talk a bit about this facility here today when it comes to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, because this facility is one of those types of racetracks that could put on some entertaining racing. You'll see your kart class track map here, where you have multiple different passing opportunities around here. Whether it's to start off things, the opening part of the racetrack at 1 and 2, where you'll set things up in some of the more swifter corners, or the heartbreaking sections of 4, 5, or even up towards 10, 11, 12, there's plenty of places to attack the track.
And I'll just say, watching those practice sessions this morning with the rain, with these long straightaways, those high-speed corners, some of these guys are sending it in deep, even with this rain. Sometimes I think they're going to go off the track, but somehow they're saving it. So it's going to be interesting and fun to watch this qualifying session coming up in a few minutes.
And we'll see just how swiftly a few of these competitors go. Some of the notable areas to watch for. Watch for turn 9. A lot of off tracks there. A few drivers have gone off circuit, trying to run with the weather conditions off of turn 3 here today. Again, that was your MCC Cincinnati Kart Class Track Guide to showcase your facility today. So with that in mind, it's been raining down on the track. They are getting themselves ready to start things off, to decide things in the next few minutes for the RLV fastest lap qualifying sessions. It's going to be interesting, in particular, just how these drivers go once they hit the racetrack.
Yeah, you see them going out right now. Everyone's got their ponchos on, protecting themselves. I think the rain has actively stopped, but we're going to be watching that radar all day, because there is a 90% chance, last time I checked, of rain throughout the day here in Cincinnati.
Yes, it's going to be interesting what the storylines are. We'll have Grace over back in just the next few moments here, in fact, to help break things down a bit. As the juniors are on the track, they are expected to each of their group, should say, have about 8 minutes or so be in the midst of the rotations. Right now, you're looking at the bottom half that is on the racetrack, a part of this session as they get set to go. And as you can see, there's a lot of the wet spots. That's going to really change up how you approach the lines here today. And it's going to become the hope for a lot of competitors to have this track dry out. Grace, what do you have for us down track side?
Hi, good morning, and thank you, Justin. We're just getting kicked off here with the junior qualifying, and after our 60-minute weather delay following some lightning strikes. And we had some of our senior medium classes come out earlier today that got some extra warm-up time to, adjust to the new weather conditions to be ready for their qualifying later today. But as it can be said for about the rest of our groups here later today, they're going into this qualifying with no information. I mean, earlier today we had completely different weather circumstances, so a lot of these guys are having to try out different setups, different racing lines, so it's definitely going to be a challenge for them going out there for qualifying later today. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Grace, and be sure to stay dry out there here today. Right now, these competitors early on trying to build up some of their first laps here. That includes Maskell, that's on the circuit, and a few of the others here. Now, here's the tough thing about this is, Brett, over the course of these qualifying sessions, obviously the track's going to potentially change a little bit, but also if you're some of these drivers in the field, there's going to be a lot more variance on where some of the top drivers go, because some drivers are better in the dry or the wet or vice versa when it comes to their speed ability.
Yeah, they're going to be watching these track conditions all day. As we can see right there, the 25 already spun around. That's Winston Overfelt, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty of incidents similar to that all day today. Just treacherous conditions out there. You can see the puddles of water, as you mentioned, Justin, and these guys are trying to put the power down as much as they can, but as a driver, it's got to be frustrating if you're not good in the wet, because you want to put the power down. You know how fast you can be on this track when it's dry, but now you have to kind of find the edge there and not go over that edge, go off the racetrack and ruin your whole lap.
There's going to be so many critical parts to this as we go throughout the day. By the time we get to the race time, it's going to be potentially even more different of conditions. You can see already the drivers making sure to avoid the bottom of the racetrack with the way the weather looks here. Some of the drivers like Masco leading their respective packs. It's not like how we normally would see it too when it comes to this style of racing here, where you have the bigger packs of groups. It's a lot more spread apart here. And in turn, that's going to make things intriguing later on race-wise. I know it's almost like a broken record when it comes to conversation point, but the race portion of today is going to be another part where it might not necessarily be as much like a Daytona or Talladega style of draft like we normally would see in the dry. You see right here in 1 and 2, for example, puddles galore.
Yeah, and I think if you're a driver for at least this qualifying session, you want to find some clean racetrack, and as I mentioned, just see how hard you can push it into some of these corners. And the best way to learn is making sure you have that clear racetrack, nothing adhering or getting in the way of you to try out how fast you can go in these corners. And it's going to be interesting to see where some of these drivers shake out, because as you mentioned, some are good in the dry, some are good in the wet. It's going to be interesting to see once we hear from some of these drivers after these sessions what they think of these track conditions. But if you weren't watching prior to us coming on the air, it was a torrential downpour. I mean, there was standing water on the racetrack. There is still that standing water. So this is kind of going to be the name of the game all day. Again, we're going to watch that radar throughout the day. Hopefully the lightning stays away, because we won't be able to compete during that. But right now we are, I think, not raining actively, and you can see these drivers are out there tiptoeing around these corners, trying to find speed wherever they can.
We'll touch upon more of the radar later on as you continue to see how things are on the other side of the track. Right now, keep in mind, they're supposed to get about 4 laps total here, and they're already on the white flag lap this time by. That's how things usually go about here. That's how long some of the times are taking. About 1:20 on the track compared to usual times that are upwards of 15 seconds, maybe even 10 seconds or so quicker at minimum. Carter Barkas up at the top of the board here in this group amongst the juniors. Then you have Len Dwyer up in second. Jamie Stewart down in the top 3. Roland Smith and Laney Thigpen. Let's top 5. More drivers have collisions. Meanwhile, chaos still reigning. That includes one of your top drivers, the 207, is Dwayne, who gets moved down the order, at least in terms of those running on the track. On the bright side, at least there was a good time on the board from them.
Yeah, you saw a little bit of frustration there, a little bit of a hand off the wheel, like what was that? And I was mentioning you want to find some clean racetrack. That's another reason why, because if a driver spins out in front of you, I think that just ruined the entire lap if they had a good lap going. So you can see these guys are pretty well spaced out, but just another factor you have to consider in this qualifying sessions coming up. If there's a driver in front of you that spins out and blocks the track, that's going to ruin your lap.
Checker flag waving as already some excitement bouncing up and down in the kart for some. Barkas still at the top of the board amongst this group, about 18 on the racetrack. We have 256 on property this weekend, mind you. The juniors alone have 42, one of 3 different classes expected to have multiple run groups over the course of the weekend before we get to finals day tomorrow to find out who competes for the points. Hudman amongst those who jumps up to the 6th position. As we see where everything shakes up quite simply, you're talking about a spread of upwards of 4 seconds amongst these 18 karts. Your top 5 alone separated by 1.2 seconds already.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Justin. I mean, some of these guys really enjoy racing in the wet, and I think we definitely would have expected in a dry condition to see those times just a few tenths or hundredths off of one another, but we have, seconds of separation. So I think if you're at the bottom of the speed chart here, you most likely are hoping somehow, some way, a dry line forms before these heat races, and you can maybe make some passes in the heats. But we're going to monitor the weather all day. I really don't know if we're going to see a dry line later on today.
It's going to get interesting as the day goes on. Again, your time's left side of your screen right now. That 78-second time by Barkas. We'll see where it stands up to the main group. Remember, though, yesterday it was also pretty heavily storming at times here in terms if you followed along with the picture. So we'll find out how things go for this next grouping of junior machines, because there's a fair amount of talent, again, that have made their way into the field for this weekend that you're going to have to keep an eye on, like a Ryder Thompson or a Jacob Scheibel or Tegan Snyder or Sawyer Chambers especially. Just some of the names off the top of mind. Daniel Dragunov, another one. It's a good stacked field as a whole for the juniors that have all made their way here for the Summer Nationals, a part of one of the biggest races they'll have in some of their cases, especially for this type of class this year.
Yeah, it is. As you mentioned, we have hundreds of drivers here this weekend, 9 different classes, people from all over the country coming out here to Cincinnati for this event. I was looking at the entry list. We've got people from North Carolina, from the Northeast, from the West. They're all coming out here for this national event. I love this shot we're getting on pit road. You can see all the drivers with their wetsuits on, and also those tires, the treaded tires with the for the rain. It's just really shows you how they're preparing for this qualifying session with these wet conditions.
See, one of the first drivers going to lead them onto the racetrack here is Jan Lunsky, actually, in the 307 machine. One of those that normally runs over at the Stockholm Karting Center in the Midwest, has ran Route 66, for example, usually one of the Cup Karts North competitors. And as they all blend together onto the racetrack to start off their laps of qualifying here to find out where they sort out. Again, one of the names you're going to have to keep an eye on potentially here that was on the entry list, the 151. Keep an eye on them. That is your winner, remember, from the Spring Nationals earlier on this year over at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Looking to carry that momentum here into the action this weekend, obviously, as they all group together and figure out where they want to run. You see one of the Marques in the 55 trying to make some moves. In fact, that is Race Beckman going underneath, one of the Missouri-based drivers already on attack mode.
Yeah, this track is so technical on its own in the dry. You saw our track map a little bit earlier. So as we mentioned, just like we saw in that first qualifying session, these drivers, for the most part, trying to find some clean racetrack. I got to give it to them. I mean, we only saw that one spin in that first session, and it looks like everyone's clean and on the racetrack early on in this session. So that or the great job to all these drivers out here in these tough conditions. As you can see, they are getting the green flag as they come down the front straightaway, and now they're really going to put the power down and try and get that fastest lap. So we'll see if they're able to keep on track.
And again, remember, they'll have about 4 laps to be able to get the job done here in the course of the session. Beckman already seems to be having a good bit of speed here, noticed here, because they've already picked up enough to pass at least 2 karts already to the rear end of the lead car of the group. Beckman is someone we've mentioned that we've seen in this type of racing before here on Kart Chaser, but has, for the most part, outside of the national events with CKNA competition, the winner in the Spring Nats, she runs other series out over at Gateway Kartplex over at Worldwide Technology Raceway. But she'll be one of the competitors we see towards the front over the course of the weekend. You see some of the differences. Drivers, again, continuing to stay away from that curbing right now through 5 and onward. Some of them going a lot higher than others, searching for the best way to go about this track.
Yeah, a little bit different than we saw in the first session is I do see a little bit of small groupings of 3 or 4 karts, maybe trying to get a little. There's 2 karts right there that looks like almost like they're trying to get a draft here down the straightaway. I think this track may be drying out quicker than I even expected with all these drivers running that high line. So maybe the speeds, we'll have to check on it. Maybe these speeds will be a little bit faster than what we saw in that first session for the juniors.
Jet Price, one of those from this group. Jacob Chablis also in this group, along with Dragunov and Munsos that did bump into the top 10. Their speeds, the highest up Price was within half a second. But remember, usually it takes a couple laps in normal situations for the tire temps to pick up. The speeds go up from there. Beckman is not one of those higher up in the order currently, though. Right now is actually down to 27 to start, despite the boost in the head of the group. But it kind of showcases differences on where, depending on where you're in the pack, it can be a make or break. Sometimes if you battle it out too early and try to make a pass or 10 during qualifying in the opening lap, it can put you on the back foot. In some cases there, you've seen the send attempt causing a hand raise after Luke Correga trying to make the move in one of the Ursulons.
Yeah, frustration early on in the day. I don't know if we'll see how that shakes out in the heat races. But as I mentioned, here we have a pack of 4 drivers. And you can see just how treacherous the conditions are trying to make a pass down there on the bottom line, as I believe they are on their last lap here. But man, they're really dicing it up here. You'd think we're watching a race. It looks like maybe they finally got it sorted out here. But interesting to see those passes being made here in this qualifying session. But you can see how it's still very wet on that bottom line. You mentioned it, Justin. Everyone's kind of sticking to the top there. And you can see the speed looks like, with the 815, the speed looks like it is on the top still here at the racetrack.
With some off tracks there. That is Dragunov, actually, that went off the circuit. That could be detrimental to the 151, to say the least. Got to 6th before that off track. So Daniel Dragunov looking to get back in focus after that in one of the BLRs in the field after that mistake there. One of those that has ran the club scene over at Trackhouse down in North Carolina region. Keep in mind, they still have about a lap or 2 to go for each of their respective karts, coming up to 1 to go specifically this time by. Let's see where times go this time. Ryder Thompson moved up to 2nd. One of those that normally runs this facility is up the order, and look at that. It's a tie for the pole with Barkas right now.
Yeah, tale of 2 different stories we saw between that first and second session. These times are just, like I said, what we were expecting, tenths or hundredths off of one another. And as you mentioned, they're on the final lap, so we'll see if the track dried out any in the last couple minutes with all these karts racing, if they're going to be able to improve on that time. But Carter Barkas is still the fastest. Then we have Ryder Thompson, Isaac Payne rounding out the top 3, so we're going to wait till they come back around and see what these speeds are. But as I mentioned, it looks like it's drying out a lot quicker, maybe even a little bit of brighter skies poking through, as the track can obviously still wet, but not as many puddles on there. So these times also, I think, Justin, are slightly quicker than what we saw in that first session.
And a spinner. Issues once again, and that is Thompson, so not going to get the chance to try and go for the pole. To take it away from Barkas with the difference by the nearest 10,000th. But as the others come across the line, will there be anyone who boosts their way up? Jeff Price holds on to 4th. Keep an eye on Isaac Payne, Tegan Snyder, some of those zooming forward. Thompson is crossed the line now, no increase there. Dragunov had no increase. Isaac Payne to third, stays there, and it looks like times do stay. So it's about equal, realistically speaking, though, looking at the timing for the 4 laps total for each of these respective groups here in this one. So, that being said, pretty equal ground to start things off for the juniors, with Barkas and Thompson a tie at the top of the board, Brett.
That's just unbelievable with how large this course is to have a tie here in qualifying. The chances are very slim, so just amazing to see that, especially under these conditions. But again, we saw that spin on one of the final laps. That's the risk you're taking with these wet conditions. You know, how hard do you want to push it while also risking the possibility of starting deep in the field for your heats.
So we'll see just how much the battles fare out later on today. But again, Barkas, Thompson, Payne, Price, and Snyder were in your top 5. Then Garega followed by Stoner, as well as Dwyer and Jacob Scheibel amongst the top 9. Daniel Dragunov fell back to 10th to close out qualifying. Next up in the order, you see some of the youngsters preparing themselves. These are the cadets, and some all smiles and thumbs up here as these machines get ready to hit the racetrack for their qualifying session here.
Yeah, you can see just the getting ready with the crews. You have to wonder how much these drivers have been watching those other sessions. I think they're going to be watching all day just how quickly this track may dry out. We mentioned how many karts are here, 9 different classes. So maybe by the final class of qualifying, it's going to be completely different than what we saw with the juniors. But excited to see these cadets get back out here, out on the racetrack. But again, these conditions, I don't envy anyone that has to go out over here.
Don't forget, when it comes to these cadets, there's been success, remember, for many. Slade Harrell was the winner, remember, back at home track for that camp. Last time we seen them in the Spring Nats, but over in the Canadian Nationals that also happened in recent months, Teo Romeo got to be someone to keep an eye on who has some momentum from that side of racing. Well, they came out on top in a dominant weekend for the youngsters there. Boston Speed Shop, presenting partner when it comes to this class here this weekend. Some of the other notables that are in this field to keep an eye on. Maddox Nieves is here once again. You also have Lom Stoner that's amongst this field. Wyatt Huntsbarger should be interesting to keep an eye on. Also, Spencer Height, another big name that's also part of this pack coming up. So with that being said, plenty of talent is what I'm trying to say here, Brett. And obviously, with these youngsters, who do you feel has an opportunity to stand out? How do you get the chance to stand out if you're amongst these drivers here and what's a pretty evenly kilter field?
Yeah, I think it's the same. If you want to get a fast time in this qualifying, I think you want to get a partner, find a teammate out there. I think we saw that work in that second session of junior qualifying as the drivers continue to sit here on pit road, and we'll see if they go out here pretty soon. But yeah, want to find a partner maybe out there. As you can see, they're getting started now, so it looks like they're going to get back out onto the racetrack. But find a partner in these cadets. See if you can get a fast time, a teammate. Again, I think that high line is still the one you want to use. The low line looked treacherous still in that junior qualifying, but they are putting the visors down. These cadets look like they are ready to roll here in Cincinnati. We'll see what kind of speeds they're able to put up, Justin, as they are rolling off pit road as we speak.
Yes, indeed, and don't forget, it's part of a busy slate of classes because qualifying-wise, we're about near double digits on that part. We also have a quad header, a part of the action this weekend, and many others, of course, coming up. US PCAS is here in Cincinnati in August on the 8th and 9th. Then you have the MCCC Pro-Am Karting Championship the 15th to 16th, K1 Circuit Whiteland among some of the upcoming races, and that's not including so many of the events today here on Kart Chaser in general. Right now alone, we have this series, we have the RMC Trophy final events underway for Newcastle Motorsports Park, and FLKC down in Florida, a part of the many different machines that'll hit the racetrack all across Kart Chaser. It's a busy weekend is what I'm trying to say, Brett.
Yeah, it's very rare that we have 4 divisions on Kart, or 4 events on Kart Chaser at one time. As if, for those of you watching from home, you can see our approximate track schedule here today in Cincinnati. Again, I say approximate just because of the weather. We had a lightning hold earlier here today, but that was a quick look at your schedule as we get the green flag here in Cincinnati. And Justin, we have a running joke though, with the 4 events on Kart Chaser this weekend, all of them have a similar forecast to what we see here in Cincinnati. All of them have chances of rain. So if you have a drought in your local city, invite Kart Chaser and we will probably bust that drought for you with all the rain this weekend. But it does make it exciting for, I think, the fans watching at home and those drivers that like racing in the wet, because even in these qualifying sessions, we've seen some very interesting lines, very interesting passing, trying to find your partners. So rain definitely is sometimes a great equalizer, as well as making things more exciting for the fans at home.
James Fox, by the way, you've seen is the lead driver for these 4 laps up on the board. Remember, for this qualifying session and for all of the sessions here for the RLV fastest lap qualifying. Try and pick up some hardware to start off the weekend here. Let's look at one of the drivers you're just talking about in Romeo. He's looked solid when we've seen him on stateside as well. If you remember back, was in the winter nats, believe that showed some solid speed, if memory serves correctly. In our words, he's going to be one of the drivers, if he's got some speed like in Canada, you can see a lot from that 93 here this weekend. Already top of the board to start. Early going as trouble for Frank off the racetrack. The 142 of Jackson Frank off the circuit.
Yeah, I saw they had the yellow flag out in one of those shots earlier, but look at that 93 of Mateo Romeo, as you mentioned. He just looks fast looking at this lap. And I mentioned maybe trying to find a partner, but he is out there all alone on the racetrack. I mean, there's no one in front of him, behind him. We can't see anyone on our screen. There's the 12, but there's a huge gap in between them. That's James Fox in the 12. So nice gapping between these first couple drivers out here. We'll see if it pays dividends on the stopwatch.
And mind you, in the case of, say, Romeo and a lot of our drivers, you're talking about a busy racing slate for a few of these competitors over the course of their year now. Because as these cadets work themselves around, in the case of your top driver, the 93 on the board right now in Romeo, he's already had 32 appearances according to this weekend in races. That's with the start of April onward, because that's when snow gets off the ground over around the GTA area, for example, or in the Canada areas in general. In other cases, you're talking about drivers, if they've been in the hotter climates, that have been racing all the way since January, February, constantly. A lot of these youngsters live in the kart to make sure they get track experience.
Yeah, track time is so important, and it's funny you mentioned, geography and where you live in the country. I'm thinking if you live out west and you're a cadet, maybe living in Arizona or maybe in Texas or somewhere in those regions, you can almost race all year round. But looking at the entry list, there's people from my neck of the woods in Rochester, New York, where it snows probably 8 months out of the year there. So you're not going to get as much track time. But as you mentioned, once those summer months come, these drivers are probably racing every weekend, practicing during the week, as much track time as possible, especially when you're young like this. You learn as much as you can in the seat. There are simulators these days, but nothing beats track time like we're seeing right now. As it looks like from my screen, James Fox, the 12, has taken the fastest time. As you can see, trouble right here. You can see how wet it is. Trouble getting out of the grass. Looks like going to need some assistance by one of our track workers. But looks like no one's gotten any damage, just minor spins so far in these qualifying sessions.
Yeah, you don't want to end up sending to the barrier, obviously, over the course of qualifying ever. That's a lot of work, to say the least, for your team. But Fox looking competitive here amongst your cadets. One of those based out of Indiana, so from the region, when the 119 flats at the moment. He's raced in a variety of different series, has been a top 5 competitor in majority of his starts this year, in fact. The lowest finish on the season in any series was a 7th in a club race over at Newcastle. So in other words, Fox has been pretty consistent this season, to say the very least.
Yeah, Fox is going to be one that we're going to want to watch. And if he starts his heats, as it looks like he may, up near the front, he's going to be tough to beat, I would say. And again, heats are so important. Everything is important here this weekend. Qualifying, oh my goodness, and as we say that, he slides it into that final quarter there. But that's what I was talking about, is as a driver in these qualifying sessions, how much do you want to push it with the chance or the possibility of having a bad corner like that and really ruining your lap, as we see another driver go off there. So even though it looks like the track may be slightly drying out, looks still treacherous out there.
So as these drivers come across to finish up some of their laps here, Fox staying up at the top of the board over Romeo, Nieves, Height. Then you have Bruno amongst those up in the order. Ford, Burrows up at the top 6. That changes 5th and 6th as I say that exact point. Begins, you have Montez, Stoner, and Schipper inside your top 10. As these competitors finish up their laps, what ends up being a spread top of the bottom of the board of about 5.4, 5.5 seconds in our second group's qualifying session of the weekend. So there's still plenty of time, obviously, to go, but obviously it looks like if you base it on the qualifying time, going to be somewhat competitive to start things off with 4 drivers within half a second of each other.
Yeah, that's incredible considering these track conditions. So I'm really looking forward to these heat races for the cadets and for the juniors, for all the classes, given how close these times have been with these conditions. And if it doesn't rain again, I mean, the track conditions will only improve, and we should see some great racing.
So with that being said, as these drivers peel off the racetrack, Senior Heavy is due up next. We'll take a quick break. You're watching Kart Chaser, continuing on with qualifying for CKNA Summer Nationals from Cincinnati.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
From the
Welcome back, everyone, to the track as we continue on with our qualifying sessions here this morning. Here on Kart Chaser, we're happy to have you with us. Justin Prince, Brett Baldock here on the broadcast. Now on the racetrack is Senior Heavy. We have some news that just came into the drivers a few moments ago, right as we were going to break. They did inform competitors, Brett, that with Senior Light on the schedule, that is about 2 to 3 classes from now, then drivers will get option for what tires they want to start the sessions with. So they are starting to see some progress with the drying. We'll see potentially some people from that point on risking it with dry tires.
Yeah, I was about to say that's just another strategy consideration that you have to take in to the weekend is, do you want to run the dries? Do you want to run the wets? So I think if you are in the pits right now, you're probably running out and watching these sessions to see if you can see where the dry line is forming. I mentioned it's actually drying out a lot quicker than I expected, but it makes sense with the amount of karts that we have, the 9 different classes, the amount of sessions. So it will be drying out pretty quick, but as I mentioned, just another wrinkle, another consideration, another strategy that you have to consider. I would say if you're good in the wets, I would put on the dry tires and hope that you can maybe find some speed, because maybe you'll just be damped by then. But again, anyone's guess what these drivers and these teams will do.
There's so much that can happen, obviously, but if you're up at the front like Owen Lloyd here, or those that are working together, maybe, just maybe, you're able to find speed as a group. Bryce Frank jumps up the order to start things off. Some of the drivers to keep an eye on, obviously. You also have Nick Sobiek going to be one of those, so his top 3 in the Spring Nationals earlier on in the year in the field again here today, and many others. And when it comes to the heavy class, you're talking about the weight in turn. You're talking about for compared to light and the medium that you'll have for the driver in the kart class in particular. That being said here, you'll see a lot of crossover normally, if you haven't followed along with the series before, between these respective classes, depending on if they want to run multiple or just the singular. Off racetrack going one machine, everyone else making their way around, as it's chaos, it seems, up in the snail section. That final corner is chaos.
And here comes our 2 fastest, or who we believe will be our... That corner looks treacherous. Look at that slide that the 119 had when we went through there. So that's Owen Lloyd that had that giant slide there coming into the corner. But as I was mentioning, that corner looks treacherous. But looks like it's drying out slightly. But this senior heavy class, I am surprised or interested to see that they're working together as they are here. Definitely looks like you want to get some draft out there as we're slowly making progress on changing track conditions.
And really, as this goes about here, just see how things really shake up. Odell Monsto's in the top 10. You have Ben Lyda, that should be pretty solid. Lots of big names. Alex Muller does jump up to the top of the order, though, in the 76 machine early on in qualifying. Still have a couple more laps to go. These drivers coming up to close up lap 3 for a majority of them next time by. As you see how things shake up. Your fastest time is the 119 flats, 2/10 nearly quicker than the 989. You're in qualifying. And that's the big thing when it comes to CKNA competition. If you think about this in general, Brett, these races, when it comes to this series at the national level, especially when it comes to the Grand Nationals coming up in the fall, these competitors, this is like the Super Bowl for them, or the Super Bowl if you want to avoid the copyright claim. This, in our words, it's a big opportunity to go from the club races to getting big chances to win against the best in the country.
That makes total sense when you look at the entry list for this weekend. As I mentioned, hundreds of drivers from all across the country. And if you maybe race in those club races and maybe you haven't competed in the nationals too much, and you come here and you're able to take home a win, if not just the podium, and take home some hardware, and you're an up-and-coming driver or a driver that just wants to compete with some of these, heavyweight individuals that are always out there getting these wins, what a great place to do it here this weekend in Cincinnati. As you can see, they really look like this. Oh, we have looks like a driver spun around there, one off in the dirt, almost in the tires there, able to save it, but conditions still not exactly what the drivers are looking for here.
So with that, see a majority of the field still taking the white flag actually for their laps. Majority are starting to now come up to the other end of the racetrack. There's a massive spread here as up at the front, Bryce Frank jumps to the top. Gets it over Sobiek by 37 one-thousandths of a second. So the 17 is up to the top as these drivers look to finish. A majority of the drivers saying, I'm happy with the lap time here. We'll just come in a little bit early here for the session, as Frank, one of those who runs with Alvin Rudolph Racing Academy, which we've talked about that team having some good strength over in Texas, able to stride to the top. Coming off a top 3 run in the last race over in Texas at Amarillo in the summer shootout there. It's Frank who's top of the board here to start things off for quality.
And looking down at that list, the 91 of Logan Hickman was really the only driver I saw on that final lap really improve at all. But you can see the spread there. Looks like those times are tightening up, especially in this class.
You see the difference, half a second or so between the top 5. It spreads down in 0.8, just under 0.9, in fact. For your top 10, you have Scuzio, you have Muller. There's Owen Malley coming across the line, and it's one of the Steel Motorsports machines, one of the powerhouse teams in this series. The Coyotes, see Settles leading them in straight up Coyote branding in the 6th position. Remember, this class having support from Coyote here for this weekend. But a couple big names that did not get good qualifying efforts. Jed Perkins, you had Ben Lyon outside the top 10. Then you see the rest of the others. Spread is only about 3.4 seconds between these drivers this time in the qualifying order. An interesting session again to add up the times, but we are starting to see, I think, the speed starting to pick up a little bit as a whole if you start to look at the seconds compared to some of the others.
And you mentioned that, some of the big names that are maybe not getting that qualifying time that they want. They really going to have their work cut out for them in those heats. But again, we have a long day of racing here today. As last check, we still have the qualifying, then we have 2 different sessions of heat races again and collecting those points. So if you do start in a hole, I would say a slow time, maybe not the best lap that you wanted, you still have a chance. You just got to work a little bit harder in those heat races that we're going to see later this afternoon.
And for those that do watch along on KC Premium later today, be sure to subscribe for $9.99 a month to be able to watch all the racing action here on Kart Chaser for not just this series, but every series across the nation that is broadcast by us. The heat points that are going to be one thing to watch on for those races. Classified for the classes once they clear tech, but essentially it works where if you build up the points over the course of the weekend to set yourself up for the grid order. Again, round 1 based off of qualifying. Round 2 is based off the finishing order of race number 1. Points are designated for each of the heats. that used to determine the starting positions for the features, with the qualifying as the tiebreaker. So it's not just about starting position here, it's about if you have a even run, let's say, you have two competitors that finish third and third in their respective heats, or if there's, say, multiple heats, or say a third and a fourth, and then a fourth and a third for two drivers, it's the tiebreaker on where did that one driver qualify. Legends are on racetrack, more importantly, Brett.
Yeah, I can see they look like they are trying to space out as much as they can. I'm interested to see if they think it's dry enough that they can get into a group. As you can see, one driver, I was mentioned if it's dry enough. Clearly not, because one driver already finding issues on the warm-up lap, able to get back in the cart, back onto the racetrack. If you're gonna have trouble, I guess it'd be on the warm-up lap. Then you can get things gathered back up as they are coming around now and taking the green flag as we are underway here for the Legends qualifying session.
And keep an eye on Yanko this weekend to start things off here. Usually is pretty strong when he goes to the U.S., but he dominated over in Canada for the Canadian Nationals a while back. Swept both heats, won the final over the course that weekend. No other major notes. Literally, that's how the notes were put together by myself on that, because that's how strong he was, where he was able to control the races. And then you have to remember, there's a lot of others that are going to have chances. Falcone is in the BGR camp on the pylon here. We'll see where that shuffles. You have Bolton. You have Tim Schutt. You have Nikan, or Nyquin, should rather say. Nikan, the nickname. There's a lot of talent again amongst some of your drivers that have been racing for a fair bit of time in the karting scene, Brett.
Yeah, and you mentioned Eli Yanko. He looks like you mentioned he wanted to control the race, or he controlled the race in the past. Well, he looks like he wanted to control his own destiny in this qualifying session. He was out there all alone, similar to what we're seeing right now with the 55 on the racetrack. As you can see, they coming around to finish their laps. As we'll wait for these times to come in, but like I mentioned, Eli looks like he wants to kind of control his own destiny. No one really around him. Looks like he's still racing that high line. I don't think anyone's ready to venture down into that low line, maybe a little bit too treacherous. As you can see, there was a group of two karts back there, seeing if they could find some speed by working together.
Yeah, and the big thing we'll see as this goes about here is just where things square away. Here's some of those working together, in fact. This includes the 999 of Falcone, and yes, you can see he's changed it up depending on the weekend. That's why I was curious about that on the pylon. A worried stand. Colorado-based driver has ran a lot in different series. He likes to race. Competed in one series at this facility last week. He also put in the club races, working with some of the various drivers that work with BJR during that weekend. What I'm trying to say is, Scott is one of those that likes to keep busy and likes to be up at the front. After all, hasn't finished outside the top 5 since March in an event.
I mean, all that track time must be paying off. That's an unbelievable stat to have being able to finish the top 5 so many times, and obviously will be a contender this weekend as we see Eli Yanko, as we were talking about, from the top of this qualifying session, out there all by himself, but able to put down some fast laps. Then we see these drivers here back, the 22, that driver trying to find some speed by working with other drivers in the pack. As you can see, they continue to weave their way around this race course here in Cincinnati, the Country Club of Cincinnati, Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, very similar to a golf country club, but somewhere where you can just race, which is amazing. That's the 655 of Tim Schutt that you see on your screen right now. Again, these guys look like they're more packed together, but I don't know if it's paying off for them so far. That quarter right there, Justin, is one. I just can't believe how fast they're sending it in there, given these conditions.
You do have to carry a fair bit amount of speed up through 9, because if you slow up, someone's going to immediately try and pounce and make a pass attempt. By the time you get up to 12, 13, 14, try to say 11 with this layout. But the big thing is, if you want an opportunity you better figure out a way to set things up for that snail section where there's a lot of grip in that area in the dry. Scott Falcone, top of the board. Final times around coming up here, by the way. See some of the others work their way through. That includes Shutt. Right now, that Timitech machine looking to try and get higher up in the order. Tim Shutt, one of the Pentados, talked with him previously in some of the events earlier this year. In his last appearance, it's just the second event of the year that Shutt has appeared in. There's your top of the board driver, though, in Falcone on your screen. Right now, still has Bolton, who's in their second appearance of the season, still in the chase.
Yeah, Todd Bolton in the 22 is back in the 8th position as we sit, but he's obviously maybe will work something out by following Scott in the 999, who is top of the board. Maybe find some speed on this final lap here, as we're really cranking out these qualifying sessions pretty quick here. Again, a little bit of a delay this morning due to that lightning, but those storms have moved through, and we are slowly drying out this racetrack. As you can see, the next group on pit lane right now as we are wrapping up this session. Checkered flag is out. We'll see if anyone can top Scott Falcone's quick time there in the 999.
The answer is in the 119.2, so still pretty equal to some of the other sessions right now. Yanko, though, was separated by 31,000. Yanko was not able to get past the 999 in the session overall. Doug Cook, didn't mention that name too much in the session. Qualified top 3 in one of the Roderick Racing development machines. The Ohio-based racer normally races in OVKA as well. Able to come out in the top 3 over Todd Davis and Brad Estes. Then you have Shutt, Iquin, followed by Bolton and Muntz, your top 8 in session. Relatively tight for your entire top 8 within 4/10. Another competitive qualifying session. You also have Todd Barron. That's going to be within half a second in 9th.
Yeah, Todd Barron got a good lap there. Todd Bolton stayed in the 8th position. I was wondering if him following Scott Falcone would maybe get him a faster time, but looks like he'll stick there in 8th. But as you mentioned, the top 10, all pretty quick, all pretty concise, and within one another times there. As we can see, our next class ready to hit the racetrack. They still got their rain gear on. Sunglasses, though, for the driver here in the 75. Maybe a little bit of sun, maybe a little bit of brightness coming out there after we saw that rain shower here this morning.
Maverick Reddick will be one of the first drivers on the track in just a moment. It's Kid Kart up next for qualifying a Kart Chaser.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team, it's where drivers are made.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Hey guys, another
Just about ready to continue things on. In fact, are continuing on. The Kid Karts have hit the racetrack here on Kart Chaser as we continue on with qualifying here today. Right now, as you can see, fair amount of drivers that are in the pack for these youngsters. Reddick, as said, is the one leading them off here in the 75. It's been strong in multiple different series, especially over in Texas this year. In the spring nats, it was William Heckman at the top of the board. You see yellow flags, though, waving because he's off the racetrack.
That's the first driver, I think, that we've seen today that's gone off so hard that they've gone into those barriers. Now, it looks like I think he wants someone to get him pushed. I don't think he has too much damage. Kart looks good from the visual test. We'll be able to see once he gets going here, but not how you want to start this qualifying session. But we'll see if Reddick can get things back going here. But wow, what a turn of events. We were just talking about him, Justin.
As this is going to continue on here in the qualifying session. Hear from Grace in a moment. A few more drivers having some issues. Chaos abound here in qualifying here, Grace.
Down trackside here with Eli Yanko, and you were just out on track breaking in those rain tires. Tell me, what's going on out there?
It's still quite wet. But it's getting there. I think by the end of qualifying groups, there'll be a judgment call.
Actually, going out on track right now is the senior lights, and they're the first group with the option. What would you go with?
Wets.
Definitely wet?
Definitely wets.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think he's very dialed in potentially on the mindset, I think you could say, with that answer. But kind of says it there. Still a little bit too wet maybe, because there is a point, remember, normally with the tires, where if you keep the wets on a drier up racetrack, you start seeing the tire temps pick up pretty aggressively here, Brett. Hal Bird at the top of the board with your Kid Karts. But it's finding that right time of the crossover between, is it still too wet? Be it to where if you're on the dry, you lose time, or is it too dry for where the wets are going to cook?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough decision. You saw from our camera there on the front straight, we could see a driver there deciding to put on those dry tires. There are a few splotches of dry pavement on the racetrack, so I'm not surprised to see some of these drivers choosing to put these dry tires on. But yeah, still a few dry spots on the racetrack. But if you put the wets on, as you mentioned, Justin, you're going to be searching offline, most likely, try to find some of those puddles to keep those tires from heating up.
Indeed. As they all get themselves gridded up here, Reddick did jump to the top by 1.7 seconds. As right now the times continue to get put down here, remember the Kid Karts, you're talking about basically just about, if not full throttle around this racetrack. It's a lot more different as you move up to the ranks and you get more and more throttle input ability. For these drivers, it's about learning the track and learning, better yet, the racecraft as they get older and older to move up the levels where they have to work more and more with the pedals.
Yeah, kid karts are obviously, you know, the future stars of tomorrow. The guys that we'll be seeing in the Legend series and some of those higher powered series. It's just a few more years, but sometimes, Justin, they put on some of the most interesting racing with having to pretty much be flat out around the racetrack. They're usually in a large pack and almost like a super speedway style racing, depending on the racetrack. As you can see, they're getting the white flag right now, and Maverick Reddick's still the fastest. So obviously that spin on the warm-up into the barrier did not impact the speed on that kart. But as I was saying, sometimes these drivers, this division puts on some of the most interesting racing that you'll see throughout the weekend.
It can see some big advantages on gaps at times, yes, but these drivers continue to make sure they're learning. After all, Max Torque, the sponsor of this respective class, kind of will say you're at the max power around this facility. More drivers off the racetrack. That is, we're at the back of the order down in 12. Come out right for the race later by at least 10 kart lengths or so as they look to close up. Great shout out to Bird, who's been able to stay up at the top of the order, coming off some very good speed over at the Music City Kartplex for their local racing this year. This is the first appearance in CKNA competition for them as a kid kart competitor in 2026 as they move up the ranks here in the 88 machine. As they come across the line, Reddick at the top has a 1 second advantage with Bird holding on the second for now.
1 second advantage is a huge margin there. So as I mentioned, I think there was some frustration when he got off the racetrack on the warm-ups, but it didn't impact his speed at all. Doesn't look like we're seeing much movement as these drivers come across the start-finish line as a checkered flag is out. Number 9 of Kit Dixon sitting there solidly in the third position. Just flashed across the start-finish line right now, but it looks like this session coming to an end. Not much movement, but as we're looking at this camera angle, watch as they're coming out of that final quarter. You can clearly see there is that dry line forming.
And just heard one of the drivers, Christopher McKeithen, here might be one of those on slicks in the next group. We'll talk about that more in a bit. But Maverick Reddick, again, top of the board. He's been busy all year trying to develop as a driver. That CRG has Bird right behind the top 2 here in this session. So right now, some of the others to keep an eye on. Kit Dixon, Knox Smith, Dawson McCluskey up in the top 5. A lot of different drivers up the order that are looking to thrive here today as the rest of the drivers will come across the line here. Next up in your order, this is where we go back to 2 respective groups here. Right now, you have the senior lights that are all set to go. Grace, to you.
Listen, we are getting a message from the race director here, making sure that the senior drivers know how to race and not to affect each other's qualifying here. But as we're about to get ready to get started with the senior light class, the bottom third are about to go out, and they're the first class that's able to choose what tire they go out on. And we've got a variety that we're seeing out here, with the 012 being a brave soul and going out on some slick tires. But for our other drivers here, we're going out on some brand new rain tires and then various levels of intermediates or scrub tires that they had. So we're going to be able to see, all these different types of conditions and these different setups and how they're going to work out on here for qualifying. But it seems kind of like a toss-up. Don't really know what is going to work out the best. But back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Grace. And was about to say, we got the report on, McKeithen was putting on the slicks. He put the rain tires immediately back on. So even the teams in a couple of these cases are trying to make quick decisions on, okay, do we go wets or dries? because if you pick wrong, it could be a big difference for where you are position-wise.
And Justin, from that camera shot, I believe the sun is poking through, which is going to dry this racetrack even faster than when the karts were out there just drying it themselves. You can see even on pit lane, there's some dry spots. I obviously am not a kart racer, but if it was me, I would definitely try to put these slicks on, try something different, because I really think this racetrack is going to be dry, and they continue to sit on pit road, so that's the drier the track, the longer they sit here on pit road. But one thing that we haven't mentioned is the pavement is dry now, but you're not going to want to go off track at all today, go over that curbing on the exit. It is complete mud. That will send you for a spin, especially if you're on those slicks. But there you can see great shot by our camera crew of that dry line that is forming around this racetrack.
That's getting better and better out there for the competitors. Keep an eye on the radar for those curious. With the way things are looking, it wouldn't be until towards the end of the day if we were to see any air storms, because Evansville currently has rain over in Indiana. But Cincinnati has seen most of the rain already. Go and visit Columbus instead for the next little bit. CKT Senior Light getting ready to go in the next few moments here again. How they're going to get sorted here is the same like the juniors earlier. Bottom half from yesterday's top times from the happy hour, and then the top half for the respective sessions. They spent the past day or two preparing and making sure they're up to speed for this weekend. And the lights, usually a very competitive bunch, to say the least. Jackson Young was the leader in the blue group. Yesterday, McKeithen in the red group. Here's a look at your estimated timeline from how they're looking. They're set to start in approximately 2 minutes from now. Then it's the A group after that. They'll hit the Sportsman, Masters, then the Senior Mediums have a massive 3 karts of groupings of karts. Because here's the part of the Mediums, they have 50 on property this weekend. The lights, for reference, have 44. And they are ready to light it up onto the racetrack.
I'm shocked to see how many drivers still have those wets on. And what I'm interested to see is how many of them are going to be racing offline to get to some of those puddles. You see the 12 there with the slicks on, it looks like, but the 316's got the rain tires on. So as Grace mentioned, all these different choices by these drivers, but I will not be shocked by the next session if you see a lot more drivers putting on those dry tires.
So a lot of those we're hearing maybe getting ready for some switches. We'll keep an eye on how that's going to really fare out, with a lot of them not making the switch in time here on the difference in the lower group from yesterday's sessions, the bottom half. So we're underway for qualifying. Some of the drivers we'll see that are going to be in this respective lineup. Will Lower, Nathan Heath, Levi Getz, more grasping mode just like that as well. You have Josie Chambers, Braden Heber, who's one of those who runs club races around here. More drivers continue to pile off the track.
Yeah, that looks to be like a trouble corner. That's also the corner I was mentioning where if you get offline, you're going in that mud. That's the last thing you want to do, especially if you're on these dry tires. You can see they're still searching. They're looking for those puddles as expected if they're on those wet tires. But Justin, there are, looking around at our cameras, there are fewer and fewer puddles on this racetrack. So it's a tall order, I think, in this session to try and keep these tires cool if you are on those rain tires.
And a lot of these drivers might be actually further down the order here, might stay to the bottom half, because look at the scramble. Just about everyone in the fast group is putting on the dry tires here. So this is detrimental to everybody who just took the group on the racetrack right here. You're talking big differences potentially on race laps here between these groups, depending on what could happen here. A massive scramble by all the teams. See it once again. It's going to be important for everybody to make sure you're on the right compound, and we're seeing that come into play here. Gets now at the top of the board. First of those through here. What sent it down trackside?
Yeah, guys, down here on pit lane, it's pandemonium. Everyone realizes slicks is the way to go. The track is drying faster than I think people realized. Again, we have the 012 out there on the Burrell and the white helmet, George Maw, the only one that gambled on the slicks for this first group of senior light. Everyone is deciding slicks is the way to go. The rain guys are having to find too much water. It's not worth it. Now the question is, how much of a change can you guys make in about 4 minutes time besides just the tires? Because everyone else pulled up with rain tires on, with a rain setup on, so you have to kind of make the most important adjustments besides the rain tires.
So on the report there, thank you so much. It's been a while since we heard that voice, I think, but I can say, to the very least here, it's going to get interesting for all this as everyone continues to eat the grass up through that section. And now more Burrell arts are off the racetrack.
Looks like teammates off the racetrack mentioned, but and I'm curious, I can't tell by this camera angle what tires they have on, but this session is actually a little bit more chaotic than I was expecting because the track is drier, but obviously there's still some treacherous, probably wet spots maybe in the shaded areas that are catching these drivers off guard.
Big numbers to keep in mind that is here to this conversation point. Noticed when it came to one of the groups earlier with the senior classes, we're talking in particular when the heavies were qualifying. Yes, there's differences in classes, but the times were around the 118s, 117s. They're in the 114s right now. So there is a big pickup now of a couple seconds already between the senior classes, just in this matter of 30, 40 minutes here. So that track is getting to where you see why the switch is coming into play. Chambers right now, 104.1 is got a big gap. Up at the top of the order right now, coming up to 1 to go on the laps as Lawler moves up to second, just like that, within 3/10.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see. I mean, it's one thing to see them race around in the wets, but now in the dry, it's so exciting to see the speeds that we're seeing. I think the heat races, if we don't get another shower, I think the heat races are going to be phenomenal. But just look at them I think the 645, as you see on your screen, clearly probably has some wet tires on there because you can see he was way, way offline. I'm trying to look on my scoring pylon here where that driver is, and I'm not seeing it right now. But again, if you have those wet tires on, tall order trying to find water on this racetrack.
Yes, and Josie Chambers, mind you, one of those that's drawn over in the Texas region this year, has finished top 2 in all the major races that he's competed in the state of Texas. Looking to carry that over here into the state of Ohio. And it's looking good for that Intrepid. Yoshikawa up in second spot. A couple of the others, like Getz, up the order. Levi Getz, one of those who is one of the surprises, you can say, that was in this bottom half for today. Got to second, but Chambers ripped it away with a 1:13.024. Another 4/10 plus up on top for this group. But we expect there to be a lot of turnover with the top half coming up in a few moments as the rest of the field takes the line.
Crazy to see how, from the beginning of this session to now, how much this track has dried out. I think the sun has a lot to do with that. So good decision by the drivers coming out in the next session to put on those dry tires. But I'm interested to see how much faster they could go compared to the session that we're seeing on track right now. As you can see, checker flag is still out and the final driver's coming across the finish line. But there you see Josie Chambers, really good lap there by a long distance between. Oh wow, look at that, we have a change. The 998 I think went to the top there right at the last minute.
Yeah, that's Yoshikawa ripping it away. And that was one of the drivers that had some off tracks right in the final couple laps of the session. Talk about a pickup after a spin for one of those Burrell Arts for Steel Motorsports that had issues on lap 2.
I was ready to give Josie Chamber, the award there for the fastest time, but late lap there. But you can see the rest of the field there. These drivers, Nathan, he probably wanted to get a better lap there, but wow. Interested to see this next session come out here. I think the speeds are going to be a lot faster.
Yeah, one of the Burrell Arts in general, should rather say on that point, but I was about to say a 1:12.8 is the benchmark to keep an eye on here. And now, as they all peel off, when they hit their next group here in a couple minutes, there's going to be a big test coming up here for everybody because, as you can see, a lot of dry tires now. You still have a few drivers with the wetsuits on. Make sure there's no issues in that regard, but this field has a lot of big hitters, to say the least, again, because some of those that were up in the order earlier, like Jackson Young we mentioned, he was 2 1,000s up over Kale Zimmerman once those set the qualifier. It was Capolongo. You have others like McKeithen that have been big here. Colin Warren is a big name when it comes to CKNA competition. You have some others like Cameron Reed that made their way through here this weekend also. Reed, mind you, one of those that compete in the club races to get experience here a couple weeks ago also. A lot of people made sure and noticed here to make sure they came down here, Brett, to at least run in the Speed'em Fest to see if they'll make sure they're speed ready for CKNA here this weekend.
Yeah, you see the Karts teams getting them started. They're about to roll off. Justin, I'm excited to see this session. Again, as I mentioned, it's one thing to see the Karts race in the rain, but this is just such a technical racetrack already, especially with the layout that we're running for the weekend, that it's just going to be great to see with all the straightaways that they have, all the speed that they can carry these corners on a dry racetrack. I'm excited to see what they're able to put together here in this session. But as you mentioned, a 1:12.8 was from our last session, and that's when it was still pretty much half wet, half dry. I would say I think it's pretty much dry out there now. So we'll see if they're able to top what we were able to put down in that first session for the senior lights.
So as all the carts get gathered up and all this is set to go, let's find out how this qualifying session orders things up. Again, they'll get 4 laps up on the board for their group. So we'll keep an eye on the flagmen in particular here. You can see very colorful schemes usually when it comes to Jason Burgess over the course of these weekends, going with the almost like the motorcycle helmet look this weekend to start things off today. But everyone else will zip on by that colorful suit as they begin things off for qualifying. And you could already see a lot lower on the racing lines compared to an hour ago. At least one kart already off the track. And they'll zip their way to see where they shake up on the order. As you can see, you can carry a little bit more confidence grip level wise. It looks like now now that's going to be a big thing. You're talking now you'll see the session and the track rather, Brett, go over the course of the weekend from a green track to a lot of rubber buildup by the time we get to the end of the day if it stays dry.
Yeah, just so many, Mother Nature, whenever it rains at any of these karting events, just so much different variables that you have to consider. And it couldn't happen at a more unique time when you're getting ready to qualify. And really, it's not about how many drivers you pass, it's about raw speed. So just so many variables as they're coming out here. I think to get the first lap in the books, I'm interested to see what we're going to see on these speed charts, because you can see the track is pretty much dry. You don't want to go offline at all. There's still some wet patches off the racing groove, but you can just tell by the visual test that these drivers are flying compared to, obviously different divisions. But this morning, that first session, it was just straight up treacherous out there. As the time is starting to come in, looks like we've got a 108. That's quick, obviously, Justin.
Oh, that is a massive difference, and that's the issue with those going to the rains compared to the dry tires. Massive, massive speed burst for INL, Tutwiler, Warren, everybody. Deck in the top 4. Hudson Irwin up in the top 5. And I'm not surprised. Are you surprised?
No, I mean, it's not even close. I mean, like I said, you can tell just by looking at our broadcast how much faster these drivers are going around this racetrack. But I think they're only going to get faster as this session goes on. As you can see, they're coming around to complete the second lap, and you can see they're trying to, I think they're trying to work together there, maybe a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, you see some more of the shuffles. Major jumping to the top of the order in the 369 Kart, for example. Ainello wasn't able to get much difference that time. Sam Tutwiler, the 9, just jumped up the order also. But of course, lots of heavy hitters when it comes to this field in general. Let's take the opportunity to talk about a couple of these competitors here because, for example, Ainello, one of those that's running the Coyotes amongst those in the order today. One of those who also got some of the track experience here in the Speed and Fest. Tutwiler, one of those that took over the top spot as well we talked about in the Steel Motorsports camp. Going to be fast. That's the difference. One is on their own. One is right now, in the case of Ainello, battling out. And they both were here back at the start of July.
Yeah, Tutwiler is down now into the 107.3 range. So these are definitely a tale of two different qualifying sessions for these senior lights. But 107.3, that's obviously by a long shot the fastest speed that we've seen, fastest time we've seen all day here. And as I mentioned, probably only going to get quicker as the day goes on, as you mentioned, Justin, as the rubber builds up in the racetrack. But still interesting to see that, Christopher McKeithen in the number 1 up to the second position there. We'll see if he's able to get any more speed and maybe take the throne away from Tutwiler there. What I was saying is interesting to see that there's not really a lot of big packs or drafting going on out there just yet. Still everyone pretty much spaced out as much as they can, trying to get their own racetrack, even though it's still a lot drier now.
Absolutely, we're seeing just where a lot of these drivers are stacking up here. Good qualifying session to say the very least after seeing how things were condition-wise. But in the end, let's see if there's any last shuffles. Kale Zimmerman and Jackson Young 17th and 18th. A little bit surprising from Zimmerman in particular. Was one of the fastest in final practice yesterday. Ainello moves around. Warren is at the top of the board, and Colin Warren gets pipped by Tutwiler instead of the 106s.
Not surprised, as I mentioned, track only got quicker in that session. I think they shaved almost 2 seconds off from the first laps they turned on the clock there. So we'll see what they're able to put together in these heat races coming up later on today. But great to see the speed out of these karts on this very demanding racetrack here in Cincinnati.
Dem Tutwiler up on the top of the board in the lights, followed by Colin Warren. Lucas Theck in the top 3. McKeith in the 2025 Summer Nats winner in the top 4. Dylan Emerson amongst those in the top 5. Then Curl, Ainello, Lorenko, along with Major, Simpson, DeMaster, and Irwin up in the top 12. Big names down the order, though. Zimmerman, after his strong success in last year's Grands, down in 20th here in the Summer Nationals. Big swing of things here in the order. But after this, more action coming up for qualifying. We go to Sportsman next in the order. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, welcome back. Here with Sam Tutwiler, our provisional pole sitting. Talk to me about, before that race started, there was so much adrenaline going through you, trying to get all that stuff changed before the race. How were you able to change your mindset to hit pole?
We kind of just, our setup was kind of weird for the wet. We were just going to go on a dry setup with wet tires, so we kind of got lucky there as well. And I was just kind of planning to learn the line to see what the wet line's doing, and it seems I was pretty dry. And then the gear, we had a really good gear on compared to everybody else, and I think that's what got us the pole.
And would you say the track conditions now are about as it was earlier this morning or even yesterday, or do you think there's still a little bit to go?
I would say they're we're turning the same times. I just think the passing zones are definitely way more wet. The kind of the entry of the corner may be wet, but other than that, it's pretty much the same.
Great, thank you. Congrats.
Thank you.
Sam Tutler takes the opportunity to speak there as Sportsman is now on the racetrack for their qualifying group. Already on the opening laps here, right now led by Anderson Hemphill, or was. Austin Taylor now shuffling to the top of the order, followed by Camilo Canache as well to start things off. Now, of course, with the Sportsman side of things, it's going to get interesting who steps up here because there is a bit of crossover for various family members we see in some cases here, Brett. Because some of these drivers, as they move up the ranks, you'll tend to see various siblings get the opportunities to race against one another, which we do see in a couple cases here in this class.
Yeah, I've called a couple races here for Kart Chaser, and there's been some family members racing against each other, and sometimes some of those family members are not worried about, ruining Thanksgiving and kind of dicing it up with their family member around the racetrack. Maybe they're racing them a little bit harder, but we'll see how that shakes out later today in the heat races for the Sportsman division. Something really quick about back to that interview with Sam Tutwiler that I didn't even really think about is, well, not only we're talking about changing the tires for these conditions, but they also got to change some of their setups when these heat races come up later on this afternoon. So, as we keep mentioning, just a lot of different variables at play this weekend, given not just the weather, but the forecast and everything that's going to be happening here this weekend. You can see the white flag out for the Sportsman as Austin Taylor, the 124, at a 107.889, still the quickest driver out there. But, Justin, if there's a story this weekend, it's just so many variables, just so many unknowns because of the weather forecast that we have.
You better be up on top of the carts, to say the very least, here this weekend. Make sure you know what you need to make adjustment-wise. So we keep an eye on, right now, one of the Hodges this Regan. Right now, she's running amongst those. Need to pick up some ground in 18th. As drivers finish up the qualifying sessions, Austin Taylor still at the top of the board, just stayed at a 107.889. Big difference we talked about upwards from some of the youngsters earlier of 13 seconds. Now on the try, Hemphill moves up into the top three. Mike Guiton stays in the top five for now. The rest of the class looks to finish out their qualifying efforts. Drew Snyder moved up to the top 10 towards the later going in the session in the 11 kart. So as this class sorts itself out, the big thing's going to be, we have 4 more qualifying rotation sections to go before we go behind the paywall and get ready to go racing after about a 30-minute lunch break. These competitors look to try and get a quick turnaround before they go Zoom for their races. Taylor, as mentioned, top order for MPG though.
Yeah, you can see Taylor by almost half a second over the 126. You can see the spread a little bit tighter together as you get down the board. Yes, they're a little bit off the pace of our front two, but pretty even times, especially from those 2 Nitro drivers that you saw within the top 10. And then some of these drivers from 16th to 21st, Ryan Hall, Oliver Collins, those drivers probably looking for a little bit more speed, maybe hoping to get some passing done in these heat races that, as you mentioned, Justin, will be behind that paywall here on Kart Chaser coming up this afternoon.
As you can see, CRG and the Masters coming onto the racetrack next in the order as they'll find their way to the track soon. You can see just how things look in the seat for these karts right now. They try and make sure they're comfortable and, better yet, all bolted together for when we go racing, or rather qualify. in the next moments or so. You see that, for example, having to make sure the Micron's all set up and ready to go for When You Go Racing. This is Todd Barron able to get himself in the seat we see. Some of the others that are up the order, you have Andrew Grenier, who's going to try and pick up some positioning for the race later on today. And many others looking to make sure everything is all buttoned up before they get the seats filled in the carts.
I was about to say it looked like most of the drivers took off their wetsuits, so we still see one driver with one on. That could be as easy as maybe no time to take off that suit with the number of changes you have to make on your cart if you are considering or maybe hoping that we're going to have a wet racetrack for the rest of the day. Here is that schedule here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for the rest of the day. 4 more qualifying sessions. Quick break for lunch. I think a lot of people are going to need it. Maybe use that break for lunch to get some changes on their carts, but then we'll go heat racing this afternoon again. 2 sets of heats for each division. So we have a long day of racing on Kart Chaser again. One of 4 events this weekend alone on the Kart Chaser network.
I believe the 4th of those events started up in the past little bit, actually, because there is racing on the West Coast also here on Kart Chaser with NWKA. But all that's to say, we'll let you know in terms of the time approximations for after the qualifying sessions. But right now, the engines are at least purring on pit road. The Masters ready to fly, and a lot of the drivers in this class also took part in the Legends earlier on today. Remember, a bit lower on the age mark to when you enter this class compared to the Legends. But they'll be joined amongst those on the racetrack by Lonia right now on the Steel Motorsports machine. The Louisville, Kentucky-based driver is the first one on the racetrack. One of those who had some top 5 speed in his last visit here in national competition. Also usually runs some club races over at Newcastle throughout the most of the year. Others that are also on the racetrack include the 999. That's Scott Falcone, again on circuit, looking to carry speed in this group.
Yeah, and I think Scott's going to be maybe not caught off guard, but Scott knows that the track conditions now are totally different than the qualifying session that he had in the other division earlier. I mean, we're completely dry at this point. So we'll see how much raw speed he's able to carry in this session with the dry racetrack. But the kart looks fast. As you can see, there's some of our upcoming events for the those are all the events, excuse me, that we have airing on Kart Chaser this weekend. Our crews are spread across the country, literally, to bring you 4 events in one weekend. It's very rare that we have that happen, but we're all spread out. So maybe if you are in a part of the country where it's raining, just stick on Kart Chaser all day, because we definitely have you covered with plenty of action all over the place.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about some of the weather radar areas here when it comes to 2 of the events on that. The rain clouds that may eventually come over towards Cincinnati into Batavia, Ohio specifically. A lot of those clouds are nearby where Newcastle is around the Indianapolis region at the moment. But as these drivers get themselves some times up on the boards the next moments or so here, let's see who's going to get towards the top of the board. You see some movers and shakers. A couple drivers saying, you know what, go on ahead. That is O'Shea letting by competitors. AJ Roderick amongst those up at the top of the board to start things off in the order. Falcone down in the 3rd spot, and some contact after lane drivers go. O'Shea had led by the 470 of Yanko, it looked like there, and that still leads to contact.
Yeah, you can see some frustration there, kind of, the universal hand signal for what the heck was that. So some frustration early on in this Masters qualifying session. And I was about to say, they're pretty well spaced out, and they are now, but that was just a little bit of maybe just a racing or qualifying incident, as you would say, but that's not what you want to see early on in this qualifying session, because as I keep mentioning, you really want to have a great session, start up front in those heats. Really don't want to start yourself in a hole early on in the weekend.
And really, as you've got an experience with some of the broadcasting when it comes to the Kart Chaser side, who are some of the biggest names in general that have popped up to you in terms of what you've seen racing-wise and how you feel that in turn will carry over to the 206 style of racing this weekend?
I would say the driver you see on the board right now, AJ Roderick, that name sounds familiar. I'm pretty sure that he was racing with us when you were at earlier this year at Trackhouse Motorplex. But that's a driver at Yanko. Already saw him on the track today. A little bit farther down on that speed chart right now in 14th in the 470. Maybe still looking for that clean lap. But, I mean, these drivers, all of them really, anyone in the top 10 I've learned has a chance of winning the race, because especially when they're in the packs, it's just one mistake. Someone else's mistake can really ruin your weekend. So we'll see how it all shakes out here as this qualifying session continues. But they're pretty spaced out, as I keep mentioning, Justin. So I really want to actually monitor just how much the track rubbers up. You mentioned that earlier on. Still looks pretty green out there, even with all these qualifying sessions. But I think that's going to change as we go later on in the afternoon with all the heat racing that we're going to see across all 9 divisions.
So right now that Roderick Racing Development Machine up the top of the order that is a track. See a fair bit of them at and off track. That is troubles already. Remember some of the contact from earlier. Wonder if that may have came into play there with that off track. Right now everyone else still trying to see where their times go here.
Yeah, you hate to see a driver not able to finish the qualifying session. That really puts you at a disadvantage for the heat races, unless you think you have a really great car that's set up for racing and can make a lot of passes. But as I keep mentioning, this is just such a demanding racetrack, but demanding in the sense of, you can see this section right here, a lot of opportunities, I think, for passing once we see the heat races later on this afternoon, as looks like this qualifying session is pretty soon or pretty close to wrapping up. I think they're about to get the white flag here from our flagman. No, I think they still have about 2 laps left. So we'll see how Roderick is still at the top there at a 108.5. We'll see if anyone's able to knock him off the top or if the tires have already given away.
AJ Roderick staying at the top of the order for now. Bradford in second. Jamie Bradford by 3.5 tenths, as you said. So the 456, looking to see if that's going to carry over to the race. Galonia up there, Dittmer and Falcone up at the top 5 in this class, as they all look to finish things out essentially for the run. You see a check flag popped up at the other side of the facility. If you look to the backdrop real quickly there. So, good effort from qualifying once again. Some bigger names like Schutt, Yanko, Todd Barron, a little bit further back than you maybe expect them compared to where we see them in the Legends. But going to be some of those that we'll keep an eye on later. Bradford, a little bit disappointed there with the checkered already displayed to say, okay, we're done here. Looks like at least one driver will come and finish up that effort right here. Everyone else peeling down for the most part.
Yeah, it looks like the drivers in the top 10 all separated within less than a second. And then I mentioned the 470 of Eli Yanko earlier on in the session. Looks like he found a little bit of speed, but just outside the top 10 and 11th. And you can see they are lifting one of those, the cart that was involved in that incident and off track. They're lifting that off the racetrack right now, as this session has concluded. And there is the leaderboard. AJ Roderick in the 456 on top of the board. You can see that split down to 11th, where they're outside of that 1 second range.
Indeed. So once again, you see the order separate by 1 second rather, amongst those positions. But as we continue on, it's time for the big group coming up in the next few moments. 19 complete in the Masters, but the senior medium class has a lot of drivers looking to qualify. We're coming up to them next.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Standing by here with AJ Roderick, our pole position sitter for Masters. Talk to me about, you won at Spring Nats. How does it feel to be back on the top step so far today?
It feels pretty good. We're calling this phase 2 of my retirement tour, so hopefully we can get a win this weekend and I get to retire at the end of the year.
I don't know, you're doing a little too good for retirement, don't you think?
You got to leave when you're on top.
That's right. Now talk to me about, how much effort have you been putting in for you, not only racing, but also with your own team here, just down there?
Well, I think I ran to grid about 14 times when we were getting everybody ready for light, and then I had to get back to get my go-kart ready. So it's been a lot of work. We've been working hard, and luckily we've got a lot of really good people under the tent that help out when people are in need.
Awesome. Thank you, and congrats.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you once again to Grace down trackside. As you can see, senior medium is now on track. Our final class of teams coming on, brought to you by Steel Motorsports for your class. As we find out just who's going to be able to get the pole here. Brendan Heber, one of the notable drivers in this group in this part of the session.
Yeah, and you mentioned this is split up into 3 different sessions. This is the largest of the 9 classes that we have this weekend. At last check on the entry sheet was 85 drivers. And I think, Justin, you mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. Just everyone wants to be here. Drivers that maybe just want to race against some of these big names, maybe take home some hardware. Obviously, that's being shown with this class alone with those 85 different drivers. But and if you could win among these 85, I mean, what a great talking point you can have for the rest of your careers. I was one of the drivers that beat 85 others at the CKNA Summer Nationals. As you can see on the racetrack, they are qualifying right now. All the wet, I should say, has left the racetrack, but just so great to see all the different drivers out here from all across the country.
Seen at least 85 at the national level, I think is what you're trying to say there. It's 50 here, as mentioned, at the track here in Cincinnati this weekend. But all that's to say, as they all try and put up some qualifying times here, a lot of the notables you see here. Brady Shad's in this bottom group. You have Brady Atwood that's been up at the front. It's amongst some of the others. Dylan Edmondson we've seen in a couple different classes. A lot of interesting characters as frustrations build up for others that are off the racetrack. That is Mitchell, Grant Mitchell specifically, that's gone off the circuit. And that's one of the reserve motorsports machines looking to take a step away for a moment.
Yes, thank you for correcting me, Justin. I was looking at too many computer screens here, wrong sheet. So yes, there are 50, as you mentioned, that are here this weekend, but still that's a lot of drivers to split up between these three classes. Still the largest division that we see here this weekend, but that just goes to show, even though I was looking at the wrong sheet, senior and medium, just a great class no matter where the nationals are taking place across the country. As you can see, it looks like maybe this is the first time early this afternoon that we're seeing some drafting taking place. Now that the track is dry, we'll see if it pays dividends on the speed chart as those laps are clicking in as the drivers cross the line. Looks like Brady Atwood in the 6th is second, but the 136 of Dylan Admussen is quickest with a 108. So we'll see if that holds up as the session continues.
Yes, Dylan's going to be an interesting character for later on here. Munson should rather say in that situation. But that being said here, as things all pop around, you got to be able to make sure you capitalize if you're in the bottom third here in this respective group here, I think is what you have to argue. Because you're talking about the drivers that didn't put the best practice happy hour times up and why it's important to do that here. Here is Amundsen in particular the VLR machine. Right now, he's one of those that normally we've seen towards the front of some of the races. We'll see how this time shuffles up with him coming up to close the run. He's improved every lap so far. This time he did not improve, but he was the 108 flats for his personal best for the 136.
Yeah, you have to wonder if the tires are getting too warm as the session goes on. Maybe that's why he's not able to get a faster speed, or maybe just another kart was in the way. But still on the top of the chart, so it doesn't look like anyone else has been able to get faster in these laps as well. I saw very few drivers get a faster time. You can see there is a lap time breakdown at the bottom of your screen for the number 136. You can see here's a group of karts working together or trying to work together. This is the number 8, which on the chart, that's Braden Herbert. He's in the 9th position. As you can see, they are dicing it up there, it looks like, Justin.
I think a couple of them are saying, I want to pit, but also not sure how exactly they want to pit, I guess you can say, as Aiden Shoemaker comes across, and that held him up a little bit on the final time around. Rest of the field shuffles its way past the line. Bryce Frank amongst those the top 5. Coming also up there. And this could kind of tell you how stacked this field is this weekend. We hit upon in terms of tropes here. Because in the practice warm-ups, this is with some of the rain factored in, Zimmerman was the quickest in his group. On the other side, seen a much smaller group not wanting to come up the second time. And you can still see the frustrations, unfortunately, for some or incidents. That in the conversation points here, there's some big drivers in the middle group. Ashton Wheeler is in the middle group. Cameron Reed is in the middle group. Jackson Young is in the middle group. And a few others that we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, you mentioned stacked field. Again, 50 drivers. And if you're starting, if you don't get a good qualifying session, as you mentioned, if you were maybe in the back half of this field, definitely a tall order this weekend, trying to get through those heats and just trying to get as much points as you can to hope you can have a good starting position. Because again, Sunday is when it's you win and you win it all. So there's no points on Sunday. You just want to get a good starting position. That's what today's all about, qualifying in heat races, making sure you're able to get a good grid spot as we have the money paid out, trophies paid out here tomorrow. But we still have a long way to go before we have to talk about tomorrow. We got those, we're still in qualifying, then we have the heat sessions coming up on later this afternoon as you get a good shot of pit lane as our second group of senior mediums will be getting ready to go out for their qualifying session. Just 2 more of these to go before we start that heat racing later on this afternoon.
Here's a look at the temperature read, by the way. Track temp is at approximately 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temp below 70 right now. It's about 21 degrees Celsius for those from the Canadian side of the border watching along. How do you feel the wind's factoring into all this, though? It's pretty gusty out there, isn't it? Sometimes.
Yeah, northeast at 12.5 miles per hour. But I'm surprised. I didn't realize that it's not even 70 degrees at the track right now. I guess that rain shower this morning obviously hampered the temperatures, but the track temp also want to keep an eye on that all day. It looks like the clouds maybe have rolled back in, so that track temp sitting at 85 degrees. But if the sun comes back out, that track temp's going to rise. So that's something to keep an eye on all day. But as I mentioned throughout the broadcast, weather is a factor all weekend. We'll see if another rain shower moves through or not. I think this is one of those weekends where you maybe hope you have a weatherman nearby. I don't think anyone does, but they can use those radar apps on their phone as the engines have been fired on this second group, and they are ready to go. See if they can top what those drivers in that first session were able to accomplish.
Your 2025 Summer Nationals winner still at the top of the board. We'll see how long that lasts, but let's talk again about this track. For those who missed earlier on, here's a look at your kart class track guide here for today. On a racing circuit that's got multiple passing opportunities, just under a mile in distance here at MCC Cincinnati with its Kartplex. Turn 1, fairly high speed as you carry the momentum up to 2. A few drivers will take some opportunities to the inside. Then they'll straighten out by turn 3 of the next hard braking zone for the overlap of turn 4. That hairpin section sets us up for turn 5 for another hairpin. You go hard on the brakes once again. Then it's a flat, fast-flowing section through 6, 7, and 8 before you have to try and lift and carry the speed without going off track in turn 9 up the hill crest. Then down it. You'll go down to turn 10, 11, and 12 where you can grip roll these machines. They'll 3-tire it in some areas there. By turn 12, you'll set up drag racing opportunities for 13 up to the start and finish line today. In other words, Brett, there's a lot of chances to move ahead if you want to battle today, but you better do it right.
Yeah, this is the first time I've done a broadcast at this racetrack. I really like that 9, 10, 11, and 12 section. I think there's a lot of hard braking, a lot of opportunities, maybe some dives last minute if you're trying to make some of those passes. So I'm really excited to see what we're able to accomplish in the heat races later on this afternoon. But as I mentioned, still got to get through these last 2 qualifying sessions, and they are on this racetrack. Again, I love also all the straightaways. You can get some great speed before you get into these hard braking zones. This is a great example right here.
A brilliant one, absolutely. As we are in the middle group here for this session, we talked about some of the names in this part of the rotation. Now, keep in mind, there was a lot of activity for drivers earlier on in the year. Talk about, for example, the Canadian Nats that had some massive grids there amongst some of those drivers, for example. That had some interesting marks with things reviewed. By the end of that time for the Cup Karts Canada Nationals, William Adams got the official win with all the bulletins that came on through that day. You also have Lucas Theck, that's going to be someone to watch for in the third group. So we carry momentum from the Spring Nats on the state side. But as you can see, a lot of those to start off, still building up tire temps. Reed, Surgener, David Baker is actually the highest out of this group so far in the 973.
Yeah, still early on in this session. As I mentioned about the weather, it looks like it's getting a little bit brighter out there. So we'll see if the track temp rolls up at all. But everyone looking like they're pretty well spaced out, but still close enough, Justin, and I think that you can sniff a little bit of a draft, especially on the long straightaways that we mentioned earlier. I mean, there's, I think, at least 3 long straightaways. There's one right here. This is actually my favorite section of the racetrack, that sweeping corner there, going down into this tight section right here that's kind of shaped like an S. Definitely very, very technical part of the racetrack.
Keep an eye on the flag stand as the zip on by. Should be the end of the second laps coming up here. Let's see. Should see some big jumps. Yes, we do. Jackson Young gets up to the top 5. 670. Able to get higher up, and that should be expected here. It's one of the Coyotes and one of those busy with multiple different classes this weekend. We talked about the Texas abilities already. In this class, only 18th quickest in the finishing order, should say, over at Charlotte back in the spring. Looking for a big pick-me-up here today, although was a top 10 competitor in the lights over in America's Home for Racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway last time. Meanwhile, Wilkie and company all grouped together, their pack doing pretty solid, trying to find a way to bring some of those drivers from not the 30s in the case of Wilkie.
Yeah, they're looking pretty organized in these sections of the racetrack. Looks like they've got it sorted out where they have the drivers where they need to be to get some of those quick times, but we'll see if it's able to shoot them off the speed chart at all, as we're still green in this session.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Down here with Eli Warren. Eli, we spoke before we got in the grid here, and we were talking about kind of the games that we saw being played in the light class here, in the medium class. How important is it, you think, to go out there, find a tow? I know we can't push in qualifying, but you can kind of play the game and get a tow. Or if you're fast enough, do you think it's better to just go by yourself and put a lap in the top 10?
I mean, it really depends what you're going for. If you want pole, you can try to set up a draft. Obviously, you know, sometimes whoever's on pole isn't the fastest. They just happen to have a draft. You know, I'm probably just going to go by myself. If I get a draft, then I get a draft. But I think I'm fast enough to go top 10 by myself. Obviously, it's 206. You know, you can start top 10 in the heat race, and you're going to be fine. You're going to be in the lead pack. So, yeah, we have a really fast piece. We were fastest in warm-up. Who knows what the track is like? I don't know if there's still like puddles in a few areas, but it looks pretty good to me. So we'll see what happens. You never know. It could rain later in the day, so qualifying could actually be pretty important for the heats. But yeah, we'll see. Obviously, I just want to say hi to my mom at home. I know she's probably watching. Hello to Tally and Checkers, and then hopefully I'll go pole.
Good luck, Eli.
Thank you.
Eli Warren taking the opportunity to speak with us there. It's interesting, again, the philosophy of draft versus no draft, some confidence there on the speed. You know why some of that confidence may come into play? You have Munson still at the top of the board with the checker flag, still holding on with a 108.082. Your top 4 were in the bottom third in practice yesterday.
Yeah, the fastest I think from this session is the 84 there with a 108.781. So a little bit surprising. I thought maybe we'd see a little bit of quicker times from this group, but we don't know if the track has warmed up more than the first session or not. But we have one more qualifying group to go from senior medium. They'll see if they're able to crack into that top 5 of this qualifying session. But Justin, you mentioned it, just such a class with, you know, the 50 drivers, just so many great teams, great drivers coming out here this weekend. This is probably one of the tougher classes this weekend with just so many big names, so many fast teams, so many fast karts. But it's also a good opportunity, maybe, as you mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, if maybe you've been running those club races, this is a good opportunity to maybe put your name out on the map this weekend here in Cincinnati.
Or showcase, you have shown a lot of improvement this year, or better yet, maintain it at the national level. Here we go. Final group is already getting the command to roll on the track. It's time for the heaviest of hitters to hit the circuit from yesterday's practice sessions. Will Warren back up the words? That's one question. But so many people are in this that you have to watch. Colin Warren, a multiple-time winner of the Grands here. Christopher McKeithen talked about his experience already in some of the classes, looking to carry momentum here into the Summer Nats. Mark Steele was one of the drivers entered in the green group yesterday. The boss man will try and do something, and so many others that are part of this pack, as you can see. Field is rolling, and off and away for the final qualifying group of the day. It's Warren who leads them off.
Yeah, he's out there in a land of his own as the sun is peeking through. Just from when we came on air to now, I'm just chuckling at just the range of track and weather conditions that we've seen in just such a short time frame. But I guess that is Ohio in the summer, as they are getting the green flag. As you can see, everyone's pretty much spaced out. I don't see too many people tucked close together. Maybe a few drivers trying to sniff a draft there, but we'll see if anyone's able to crack, as I mentioned, that top 5. Those drivers from the first session solidly in the top 4.
Exactly here. And we may see a fair bit of shuffling, I think, now that we get some of these drivers going here for the final rotation. 48 total on the timing beacons, 50 were on the entry list. We'll find out how things look later on. You see Steele, one of those. And how is it trying to run your own team while also running the races? Mark's very competitive when he does race, remember. He was one of those who put together a strong performance in the Speed'em Fest. You see some of the others look to try and get around him and move him off the groove.
Yeah, that was some great heads-up driving there, kind of pointing down low, because I think we saw in one of those other sessions, the last thing you want to do is try to point someone down low and then cause trouble. So that was nice sportsmanship out there, some nice competitor action. As you can see, they're crossing the line for the first lap, and Eli Warren to the top of the chart.
I mean, he said he felt fast without drafting. That was while he was in the draft, while actually having to make a pass indeed. But the 97 Pink Machine will look to try and keep it steady from here. Now that he's got a clean air pocket, doesn't have the draft to pick up the pole. Ainello also moved to second. Goes over much those to the top 4. Sobiek inside the top 5 here early on in this session. Lucas Theck, the winner from the springtime, is down 13th to start. And as this is going to be kept an eye on here, going to see who's been able to try and perfectly time this up on their tire temps now for the 3rd and 4th laps in particular, to try and get the edge for the pole. These are your fastest laps of the day with the weather so far.
Yeah, you mentioned it, fastest lap, Eli Warren with a 107.7. And Colin Warren now clocking in at a 107.8 in second position. That's in the 211. So fast speeds as we are early on in the afternoon here in Cincinnati, but we are not shocked at all given the conditions that we saw compared from earlier this morning compared to now. As Justin, we are seeing some new drivers in the top 10.
I'm very curious on what's been happening in the Cale Zimmerman camp, because he's 19th after 2 laps to qualifying so far. That's 2 different classes for the 505 he's been down the order so far. And that's a bit of a shock for someone that usually in the past year has been up at the front. Big difference on speed here as Warren lets everybody go before they get the completion of lap 3.
Yeah, you have to wonder if he thinks that time that he had is set in stone and he's comfortable with it, or he's dropping back to maybe get a bit of a draft. Not really sure, but I think it's safe to say he should be in the top 5. I think what we've seen in the last 2 sessions is the longer the session goes, not many drivers really get a better lap, as I think that white flag was waved that time by. As I say that, Cale Zimmerman in the 505 takes the top spot with a 107.5.
Well, Alex, what do you say down trackside?
Yeah, guys, white flag is out. There's a couple of drivers playing the game here. Colin Warren decided he's going to go out by himself. The pace is there. Last year's winner, Addison Ainello, I saw her back off right before the lap, the penultimate lap. She's behind Aiden Lorenko. Watch this final lap for Ainello. Zimmerman as well played the game, backed off, went behind his teammate. He puts a top spot towards the last lap here, but Ainello is the one to watch here.
We'll see how she's able to shuffle Zimmerman definitely timed this up to where you wonder what's going on to, oh, there he is, indeed, on the board. But Colin Warren amongst those about to cross the line. Let's see where these times go. Can Colin Warren improve? No. Stays down in 6th. A couple more peel off. Where will this go? Up for some of those. And there's a lot of pointing there involving Zimmerman. He did not improve either. Not too many improvements here on the checker flag lap. Iannello did not improve either.
Yeah, looks like it's kind of what we saw with the past sessions. Maybe the tires get too warm on that final lap. You're not able to make up much time. But Cale Zimmerman in the 505 looks like, as the checkered flag waves, it's going to be our fastest kart here with a 107.5. That's a great lap. And we'll see if he's able to carry that speed over into the heats as we are done for qualifying for the day.
Your final thoughts on qualifying and what we learned in this session as it went from pouring rain to dry for your top 10 look?
I mean, it's hard to say, especially for the classes that we saw roll out in the beginning of the morning. That would have been the juniors, the cadets, and the heavies. They have a totally different track this morning than what they saw this afternoon. So I'm interested to see, you know, if maybe a driver that wasn't good in the wet is able to make those passes in the afternoon in these heat sessions as the track is dry. But just as I mentioned, just a tale of two different weather conditions compared to from this morning to what we just saw in this final session.
Some big surprises amongst this order. You've seen the top 15 moments ago. Brady Atwood down the order, Mark Steele 17th. Brady Shadwin from the top 5 all the way down the order. Drivers that are having to go up on the climb. Cameron Reed 35th, for example. Wyatt Cataldo down in 40th as an air name. Braden Heber, local to the region, 2 seconds back, down in 37th. A lot of drivers are going to have to get to work because here's the thing. This is the one class that has an LCQ tomorrow as well. You do not want to be one of those. Has to race their way in right before the features on Sunday. You want a good heat position to make sure you are not in trouble.
Yeah, LCQs can be a little bit dangerous because, you know, it's almost like you're going to do anything you can, make some moves to do anything you can to get in the race. But here is a schedule for the rest of this afternoon, a brief lunch break, and then we're on to the heat races with the juniors, cadets, senior heavies, and we have plenty of action all afternoon here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Approximate start time about 1:30 per race officials. Remember, it's a quad header this weekend here on Kart Chaser. CKNA here at MCC Cincinnati. The Florida Karting Championship underway over at Bushnell Motorsports Park. The first time at that facility for Kart Chaser. The RMC Trophy Final for road tax competition over in Newcastle. And of course, Civic Karting hosting the Burley Products Super Cup at the moment out on the West Coast. Everybody's busy everywhere, and we hope you enjoy the karting. Be sure to subscribe to KC Premium because there's a lot of racing you can keep an eye on for your competition. You can have all 4 of them running if you want on your computer or your device. But as we get prepared to have some lunch, we're about 30 minutes or so out before we get things rolling again for racing action. We'll see you on the other side of the paywall, and we'll see you when we go racing for your heats to decide how things look for tomorrow. The CKNA Summer Nationals continuing on in a moment as we get ready to hear down trackside in the moment. Brett, your other thoughts here about some of the action here?
Yeah, like I said, just excited to see now that the track has dried out, just some of the amazing speeds that we've seen. Should see some good racing in the heats later on this afternoon. I think we have a final report from pit lane before we all break for lunch. Let's send it down there.
Thanks, guys. Here with pole sitter Cale Zimmerman. Cale, I mean, a much different expression on your face at the scale line this time around. The light class didn't really go your way. Heading into the heats later today, you have 2 completely different starting spots, pole and back towards the late teens, early 20s. I mean, what is going to be kind of your thought process throughout the heats? I mean, how are you going to kind of maintain the lead in one class and fight your way through in the other one?
Yeah, I was hoping for a decent qualifying in both classes because, well, the rain I think is going to come again, and it's pretty hard to pass here. So at least we got it in medium. Tough luck in light, but I think it's going to be good either way. Hopefully we can get one heat in light before the rain comes, just make my way forward because I know the kart's fast there. And I think we could have qualified P1 in both if luck was switched into the light, but I'm pretty happy with both spots. Thank God for the even and odd heat. I think we start like 11th or 10th in light, which saves me. But yeah, looking forward to heats and excited to race this place with fast go-karts.
Thanks, Cale.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And on that note, as he gets to celebrate an RLV Fastest Qualifier Award, that will take us into the lunch officially now. Racing action about 30 minutes from now. You're watching today's coverage here on Kart Chaser CKNA Summer Nationals here from MCC Cincinnati.